Well, hello everyone. Give me a second here. I thought I could get everything done. I was almost right. Hang on a second. And welcome aboard, Flying with Mike. We're just a tad bit running behind. Not going to get into all of what caused delays and all of that, other than to say yours truly. So anyway. Welcome in for an interesting flight today. All right, let me get outside here. All right, so today we are flying this animal one more time. However, what? Doesn't say Pan Am on it. It says Northwest. What? Got a YouTube message that good landing. I'm kind of hoping it wasn't last night's flight. Hoping it was one of the other ones. So last night was not a good flight. Oh, that caravan gave me troubles. But anyway, we're here. We're on the deck in Seattle, flying for Piedmont Virtual. And like I said, they're kind of a hodgepodge, just that one airline. They're one of like 5 or 6 under this umbrella called Fusion. And they all work off of VAMSIS and all of that. You have to keep your currency with each and every one of them. And Piedmont is a hodgepodge of historical airlines gone, but not forgotten. Northwest being one of them, one of a lot of people loved. Now part of Delta, Yelta, no. And TWA at one time was with it, but they went ahead and brought it over with the American virtual side of the house. So it's still there. It just you have to go look for it with another airline. So that now is 2 airlines you got to stay current with. So anyway, but yeah, we're flying for Northwest. I got several others bygones. We've flown a couple of them with Ansett down in Australia and elsewhere. So we are taking Northwest Airlines flight 4. What are we on? Flight 4 or 146. Sorry, I'm getting last night and today all confused. And we're heading to Minneapolis. And most of you go, oh, whoopee too. Well, for me, it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge today, which I hope is challenging to you all. Many of you have probably already done this. You know my story with SEVA. We're going to try something today, and it isn't SEVA. It's the LTN. As the poster in the beginning said, we are going to try this LTN. It is, if you will, the in-between from the old SEVA way of putting in just lat-long cords, bridging with the LTN and other, I think there were a couple of others like it, over to FMS, McDo's. And while still only lateral navigation, just like SEVA had no vertical navigation, nor does LTN's 92 have that. But it made it a little easier to input fixes. Well, yeah, you can still put in the lat longs if you have them. But it also allows you to put in names, airports, VORs. Just can't put in airways. And you can only put in 98 fixes, I found out last night. Uh-oh, sounds like the 1-year-old that visits us all the time. She's here today and not happy still. I think it's because she wants to be up here and maybe outside. But anyway, we say that kind of quietly. So anyway, that's the introduction to this. We are flying with the LTN system. Now, those of you that aren't familiar with what it looked at, hey, go look at it on the poster. No, no, please hang tight. we're going to head for the cockpit here in a minute. So expect the unexpected on this one. This is going to be, what do we got here? Alpha Player 1 with a first-time chat. Welcome aboard. And looks like you gave us a follow, and for some reason my follow didn't work. Why is that? Huh. Well, I kind of maybe... wait a minute. Click. There we go. You know, it always helps to turn that on. Welcome in, sir, ma'am. Thank you so much. We thank you for being here with us on Flying with Mike. Again, we are Alpha Player 1 has joined us with a follow. Thank you. So expect, as always, with Flying with Mike, the unexpected. However, today, that amped up a little bit. And James Loves Planes also followed us today. Thank you. We sure appreciate y'all. So this could be an interesting flight. Like I said, first time for Flying with Mike actually using an LTN-92 system. I've used SEVA a long time ago. Not with this particular 747-200 by Felis, but I want to say it was called Ready for Pushback. But it was back in the 2000, A Century of Flight 2004 days, and FSX, and it just went haywire on me. So that's why I've stayed away from them and just stick with the tried true, even though the default 747 or default FMSs, albeit say they control altitude, I guess to a little bit they do. So I guess we will say they do have a little bit of VNAV capability. But for the most part, they're pretty much lateral as well. Thank you. Yes, nice 747-200. And if you all want to get your hands on it, here's a link to it. So hope you all enjoy. All right, enough said. Let's get in this thing. There's a lot to do. And that's one of the other reasons I like the FMS. It kind of takes the a lot to do out of the equation. So, all right. So now in the opening, you did hear a lot of the checks, and I did all of the checks on the flight engineer panel prior to getting this thing rolling. You heard all of the overheats and fire alarm checks and all as we were in the music. So we'll kind of finish up with the overhead, and I'm gonna skip one step for now, and I'll show you when I get to it. So we're just going down here real quick. Already got the anti-skids on with the guard down. Body gear steering is armed. If you're not familiar with what that is, when you've got aircraft as big as the 747, so we're talking the extra larger aircraft, to help them turn when they came into service, and even today for that matter, but more so back then. The full release, yes, of 2.0 is out. It is indeed. Anyway, they Boeing set up the what I'll call bogies, those wheels under the wing. Here, you know what? It's always easier. A picture is worth 1,000 words. All right, so we're talking right here. These 4 struts with tires on them. The 2 inner ones will pivot the way the aircraft's turning, much like when you watch hook and ladders, fire departments, when they have what looks like a semi with this huge ladder on the back, guy driving the trailer, so to speak. He is technically driving. He can actually keep the trailer going straight while the truck up front is turning to help make the tight turns in many of the urban areas where I'm here to tell you there's no room to turn, because I got stuck in one once. Almost. Thanks to a great Philly cop, helped me out, got me turned around, and also in the long run, got me in and out of the facility I was trying to get to a lot quicker. Uh, kind of nice sometimes to have the cops with you. So, but anyway, same theory. It's trying to help you through those curves. Plus, it's also saving some wear and tear. You're not dragging the tires through those turns. They're actually kind of turning the plane. By the way, they're not just, cheap old tires you just go down to Goodyear and buy, or Firestone. Well, Firestones might still be stone. You never know. Or at least they were when I was a kid. But anyway, so that's what they're there for, and that's what that switch up here does. It arms them so that when you turn the tiller to a degree, they're going to pivot with the aircraft. So anyway, moving on. Now we're going to hold aligning the INS right this moment. We'll come back to it here. I want to get all the checks done, get the plane boarding, and then we'll come back to this. Kind of do that with the FMS. I'm going to kind of do that here to help with keeping it focused on the LTN. Now, one thing I will point out, it's on standby. I haven't checked to see if we're aligning. It says we are. Hopefully we aren't. Am I visible on Volanta or not? I don't really think I am because I don't run on Volanta anymore. I primarily use Sim Toolkit, and I also use ElevateX as a kind of, I was a beta tester for them, and hoping that ElevateX doesn't go some of the ways Volanta went with the payware. So we got our engines, everything looks good. Okay, test our CVR. Cockpit voice recorder, start valves closed. Coming down, everything's good on here. All right, we got some tests. By the way, if you have this plane and you plan to run the checklists with it, if it says test by a switch, test it, because it will be asked for in the checklist. Okay, nacelles are off, ground test. Okay. Overheats test, good. Okay, all the light bulbs lit up here, here, and here. Now, do not look for this to be in any way a tutorial for the LTN system. It's my first time playing with it. That would be kind of wrong. I am half tempted, though, to put it up on another device so I can refer when I get stumped. But we're going to see if I can stumble my way through it. Oh, excuse me. All right, so let's head down here. Here's where we start getting into the fun. All right, we just need to pull up a ILS frequency. We'll go with that one. Why not? All right, 110.3. Oh, yeah, altimeter. What was it? Hang on. Weather. 3013. Okay. Go ahead, get that set now, because it more than likely will change. It seems to always as we're ready to push. Oop. Okay, and that should be set over there. All right, so now real quick to do this panel here. This is actually next to, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these guys because they annoy me sometimes. Next to the flight engineer panel, this center panel here can be cumbersome if you're going to do the checks. If you're not, you're already done. I'm going to check it. So now, since we are using an INS system, not the FMS, although I don't know if it needs to be engaged or not. All that happens when it's, think of the radio INS switch as like nav GPS on the small planes. Okay, puts it in GPS. So your needle will always point to your fix on your HSI or wherever. Okay, if you keep it in radio, you should be able to manipulate it to wherever you need it. Now, all the tutorials I saw them flip it into INS. So we'll be doing that today. However, I will not be putting the first officers into INS. Okay. All right. So that's set. Lighting set. Now we're going to do the up left. Stay long enough to get the glide slope. And then we're going to down right. And yeah, the needle on the HSI moved a little bit to the left, but the down is there. Good. Let's go up one. Okay, we're set to norm. And check. Good. All right, off on the autopilot. We're on, what's the heading? 164, and I'm only guessing we're going off the 16s. Yeah, I think we will be 164. Okay, not going to worry so much yet about up here, the courses, but I am going to make sure we're dual and that our vertical speed is at the 0 line. Why do I say 0? Because if you look on the side here, it's very hard to tell. I don't even know if I can get a good angle. Let's see. See how it has numbers? That's 1,000. There'll be 2 just hidden. So that helps you set your descent or climb using vertical speed, which is the knob up to the upper right hand of the column here. You see VS. So that'll help you set your whatever you want so that you can achieve the speeds or whatever you're trying to build or climb with. And by the way, that needs to be off, by the way, the VS IAS Mach. Okay, so we're at 1,000. Is that going to work? Where's the airfield? Yeah, that'll work. Well, let's go up a little higher. Go to 3. There we go. All right, check the, okay, flight director looks good here. And drop you to 30. Up left, there goes the localizer going left, of course. Up indication. Same thing. Now you're not seeing the one on the PFD moving or the horizontal. Oh gosh, drawing a blank. I used to just call it a gyro, but anyway, it's not moving, but it did show down. Okay, and there is nothing else that way. Now we'll start working our way across the middle here. Got a couple more tests to do. Hang on, we got it. It'll affect both sides. All right, so we'll test. Okay. All right. Altitude we've set. Now, radar altimeter. It has to be at 0 and it only sounds on one side. Or at least for me, that's how it works. Right above it, push to test 1. Push to test 2. Good. ILS glide slopes, outer, middle, inner. And one more time, we're going to check our instrument warnings on our 2 resets. Okay, they all came on. Good. Okay. Max reset. Now we set to 3,000 feet on the altitude select to do our alert test. And I'm going to go ahead and set, I believe 5,000 is always a good starting point. Could go higher, could go lower. And if you know your airport, you know what to set for. Okay, ground proximity, you never hear these alarms, ever, ever, ever.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
And as the character in the movie or in the book, Pinocchio, I'm pushing my nose back into my face. It goes off all the time with us. All right, rudder ratio test, that's easy. Look for the light to come on. Okay, gears down, green light. One green light. There are not 5. You know, you're used to 3 for each of the gear. You're not going to get 5. You're going to get them all, or it's going to say you got something unsafe. It's not going to tell you, though, which one. That's mean. All right, one more test real quick before we do this out of sequence. Okay. All right, now we'll go in sequence a little better. All right, push to test here, push to test here, real quick over. And we'll do the test, but there won't be any audible. Finally, the ILS glide slope for the first officer is way over here. That worked. Time, everything else looks good. Okay, we'll come back to those in a minute, and let's get those CRTs warming up. Radar is off. In the middle. Well, first off, spoilers, they're down. Flaps are up. Takeoff check. Okay, just telling us, hey, we're not set for takeoff here. What the heck are you trying to do, Cap? Okay, and getting our COM 2 up. COM 1 we'll put on 122.8. All right, and out of curiosity, are we getting a CTAF up here? I doubt it, but never know. Wonder if it'll go 119.9. Let's find out. Okay, that's what I'm predicting CTAF will be, unless ATC comes up. We're on X-Ponder, 2000's good, and radar standby. We are ready with all of our checks now. Okay, let's get the plane loaded. Like I said, first, doors are open. Okay. Where are they? There we go. Now, one thing with the cargo doors, you have to establish, so you would have to connect GPU. Once it does that, you'll see no power disappear from these, and then they're functional. It's one of the latest updates Felis put into it. So I think it's pretty good. I like it. You kind of do need power. I don't think the batteries are strong enough. So I think it's a good thing. All right, well, hang on. Let's get to maps. And I'm going to tell you, the tutorials really confused the you-know-what out of me. I was so confused when they would go to, and it's not dealing with what they're showing. It's that's what they're using to describe like map. I thought they were on AvTab the whole time. Oh no. They had me going everywhere. I'm going, where are you guys at with this map? I would love to have it right there. And it's not. So anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. You all may go, Captain, you're kind of boring. So let's get moving. Let's get Sim Toolkit up here. Had a question, am I on Volanta? Here is what I'm on. I will be on VATSIM. I am going to risk it on VATSIM. I'm not certain how I'm going to do this departure, though. We'll get into that here in a second. But yeah, this will be an interesting test. All right, so here you can see the route for the most part over here to the rain. So we're coming from what's usually rainy to the north middle of the country up here in Minneapolis. Actually, I think Minneapolis is a little bit beyond, but anyway, you get the drift. And that will be a phrase used quite a bit, drift. How to compensate for it and all of that. Hopefully I understand. The problem may be getting it to that point, but we'll see. And I will, matter of fact, let me get 2 links here. I'm going to put them right now on oh, I tell you, it was yesterday's flight. Yeah, that was a ugly landing, beyond ugly. Let's see here. Let me get a couple links. Oh, wait a minute. Those are my videos. Oh, no. This one. There we go. All right, now I'm going to give you 2 links. One of them is 2.5 hours roughly long. Okay. Hang on, let me make sure it's muted. Okay, that's this one. And what they are links to the videos I'm going to have running on a laptop next to me to help me get through this. And I think I'm going to go with the 40-minute quick tutorial, have that one up and readied. Because what I need to do will be that updating. That's the toughest part, is the updates. So, as a matter of fact, let me get that up and running real quick. Oh, that was kind of scary. And YouTube. All right. My only critique of these 2 videos, very well knowledged, great stuff. I wish they kind of broke it down to sections so when I get hung up, I can get right to where I need to go. That's my only critique with them. They were phenomenal. Even the quick start guide was just full of knowledge. Just great. So, all right. So again, Seattle, Minneapolis, our loadout today, 367 peeps, 17,900 pounds. The cargo's relative, 0 fuel weight up there for us, call it 468,900 pounds. That's relative, as was the block fuel. You'll see when we load the plane here real quick how that changes. However, we are going to take off 16 left, land 30 left. The longer of the runways, I hope I'm getting my left and right in the right places. Yes. So, Those will stay. The route will stay. The speed, Mach 0.85, flight level 370, all of that's still in play. Now, if this was Seattle to, say, London, which Pan Am actually flies, no. It would probably start off at like 29 or 31 and step its way up. But we're on just a short flight here, ballparking it in at about 1,300 miles. So that's what we're doing. Weather. Okay, currently it looks like no ATC on VATSIM at the moment. No, we're not going to use. I thought I paused it. Okay. 2:30 at 3. So basically a calm wind here in the Puget Sound of Washington. 10-mile visibility and just a few clouds here and there. Currently it's 55 degrees. That sounds about right for the West Coast, northern West Coast. Over in Minneapolis, well known for a lot of snow usually in the winter. However, today, right now, 77 degrees, and I'm here to tell you it is hot here in the Midwest. Last week I was telling you how it was cool to cold. Boy, what a week does. Man, the weekend just all of a sudden the calendar said, "Hey, by the way, it's summer." Boom, the temperature said, "Wow, summer." Just like overnight. 240 at 4, 10 miles of visibility there. Cool. Got really nothing cloud-wise at this time to worry about. The ceiling itself is set at 17,000 feet with that broken layer. So, I mean, we really will be able to probably, hopefully, bring this in visually. Virga, when you see that in the remarks, if you're not familiar with meteorological terms, that is basically rain falling, not reaching the ground. And you can actually see, it looks like sheets of rain, but it's not reaching the ground at all. Or if it is, it's a very fine, fine mist. But usually the air is kind of dry up there. It's 19 degrees off of 25, so I mean, we're talking a humidity of 66%. So it's a bit of a dry atmosphere. So that's why it's just basically evaporating before the ground. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, pre-file us. That'll hopefully maybe stir up an ATC guy or not, or I'll upset some. Oh, what? Got to sign in. What? All right. We are definitely not going. Well, maybe will we? I don't know. I'm going to be erring on caution and put us up to 55. Nav. I always have to do this. Sorry, folks. I wish there was a way we could put this into SimBrief so it all filled in nicely for us and we just went on our happy merry ways. Why didn't that travel over? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the flight plan's in. We're going to go ahead, come online as Northwest 146, and we're a Bravo 742. Today, an actual 742. All right. So we got an auto ATC. You all couldn't see it because of the block. That's fine. Let me go ahead, pull Sim Toolkit down. Get that off there. All right. And we'll come back to this just a moment. I want to put that squawk code in 3567. and we're on X-bonder, which is equivalent to standby. Radar is on standby. We're ready to get to work up here. All right, let's head over and start getting our plane load calculated, and then we'll start loading it here shortly. The big things with this that came out of both videos, in order to align, and I don't know how at today's date, which is 23rd of June 2025, if Felis will, if you can't move the plane while you're aligning, and you have to be either ground power, not batteries, ground power, or APU power, all connected up, and the plane has to sit while you align. Those are the big features, to include potentially people and fuel causing issues. Now, usually by the time the flight crew gets there, the fuel is wrapping up, and they're about ready to start letting the people in. So that isn't normally a problem. There were problems where they would move the plane and try to align it. And you'll understand the reasoning why you can't move the plane. Well, more SEVA than this system. But even with the FMSs, you're supposed to keep the plane sat in place for the 7 to 10 minutes, whatever it says, to align. Okay, then the plane can be moved, but it has to sit there. So anyway, so we're going to go ahead and start loading, and the people are just going to have to wait the extra 10 minutes. Okay, so if you remember, and you may not, the loadout was 367 peeps. So let's go 100, see where that sticks us at. What did I do? I did cargo, wrong. Peeps, 388. Okay. Now, the neat thing that Felis has done for us, now this is just a calculating page. It is not a loader. Your loading pages are refuel and payload. Okay, so let's go in here. We're going to be working upper deck, cabin 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pretty well laid out for you. Then below your cargo, 1, 2, 3, and bulk. Pretty well tells you what you're manipulating. I'm going to put 8 people up there. Pull some from the back. And all the while, you can watch your CGs on the final results. Okay, I think that looks good. There's 367. Now, it said 17,983 pounds. Good luck trying to make this do that. You could probably get very, very close if you wanted. I just go 25%. And what I just did here, let me show you the load sheet. I just threw 30,000 pounds in it. So what I would have to do is a little less than 15,000 pounds yanked back out. All right. So we'll leave it. It's not going to hurt anything at all. Matter of fact, the airline makes a little bit more if there's more cargo on the plane. Just a little tip. Just kidding. We're virtual. There's no money involved here. I wish, boy, I'd really, I'd have a pretty decent bank account if I got paid for this. But I don't. I have fun. That's what I'm here for. Okay. 1,200 miles. Now we're going to start calculating our fuel. 1,261 miles. Now, if you notice, it only moves in 50-mile increments. Okay, so we'll go to 1,300. Now, I'm going to come down here and figure out how far it is to our alternate. What is St. Cloud? Yeah, St. Cloud, it looks like. Total of 59 miles. So we'll, again, 50-mile increments, okay? All right, now today's averaged wind. Let me bring Sim Toolkit in here so you can kind of see where I'm getting this, that I'm not just going, hey, it's right up here in thin air and over here in thin air and pulling it in to the airplane. I'm actually, oh, I know why. I'm like, where is it? There it is. No, what I'm doing, I'll come down here, click Sim Brief. Which one? Oh, what's going on? There we go. Why are you all of a sudden so doggone slow? Okay, maybe not. Okay, good. There we go. I'm not going to play much with it because it is moving putt-putt speed. Try something. All right, we're going to try one other technique. Shut it down. Maybe, he says. Wow, SimBrief is like locking up. Okay, we're going to try again. Okay, halfway there. Ah, we are acting much better. For how long? That is to be determined. Okay, so what we did, we came down here first. This is the Lido version, which I don't know. Again, it asks for a plane. There's confusion on my part. Not you need to worry about. I live in a state of confusion all the time. We came down. Here's our alternate and our distance, 59 miles. So that's where I got that. Now, what we're working on, there's our distance to the airport. Now we're working on the averaged wind, 237 at 54. Obviously, it's a tailwind. So we get here to tailwind. What you want to do is watch your fuel. Don't worry if it's right, wrong, indifferent right now. You're going to look for, with a tailwind, you can actually, it doesn't need as much fuel to get from point A to point B because the wind is pushing enough to help a little. However, going the other way, those of you who flew across the pond back in April can attest to this. If you guys had the 100-knot headwinds, yeah, you get extra fuel for that. So that's how you can do this. So when you manipulate this, it's going up. So that would have been a headwind. Well, Spaceman 634, thank you for the shout out. We sure appreciate it. And up here we go. What did we say? Oh, I lost my track of what did we do? 36. Okay. And again, it only goes in tens. So we'll do 40 for now. And I'm going to put a 10% minimum contingency on it. Taxi 30. And then I'm going to pull up the flight plan. We needed 85,408 pounds. Okay. We actually have more. I'm going to go with this. All right, so this is what we're going to load in when we get to that time. All right, let's get to work. We all came here to see the LTN, not a tutorial on how to start this beast. All right, let's get up here. Now, one thing I did learn, you could, and we are going to go to nav, Now, they called this captain, first officer, captain on the left, first officer on the right up here, flight engineer in the middle. I did not know that's how they kind of termed them. Did not know that one doggone bit. All right, so now we got to come down. A couple of things you can do here. Of course, set a key, or you're going to have to set it up to go to all three. Now, with SEVA, you had to put in lat-long coordinates. Here, you got to put in your position. Or you can just put in the airport. I actually will go ahead and put in the coordinates for the airport. I did a little bit of this yesterday to kind of, oh, come on, Mike, click the right one. Taxi. We're in Sierra 10. So I am going to throw in north. 47. What are we on here? 26.3. 263. Okay, that is an incorrect. So put in a 0. 4726.3 north. Now we'll go to our longitude west. For this one, it's 122. And 18.2. I'm going to double check my 18.20. Enter. Okay, check our time. Enter. Date. Enter. Okay, align. Code is 10. That is meaning you're in a line. It'll be at 1 when we're aligned. Now let's go to the others. We're going to do exactly the same thing. Sorry, no shortcuts. Four, 7, 2, 6.3. 2, 6, 3, 0. Enter. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2. Thank you. 1, 8, 2. One, 2, 2, 18, 20. Enter, enter, enter. Status. One last one to do. I'll show you another way you can kind of do this. All right, so what we're going to do, click enter, click clear, north, again, 4, 7, 2, 6, tree. Got to put the 0 in because that definitely is not 4 degrees north. We need to be 47 degrees north. Okay. Enter. Put in W12218. 2, and again, we're not 12 degrees west, we're 122 degrees west. Throw a 0 on the end. Enter. Time is right, date is right. And status. Okay. Now, what we're waiting on, now they say we can put the, wait a minute, why did it say 50? Oh, there it goes. I thought I saw 50 for a line. Now, I said there's another way to do this. Okay, come up here, you'll see CDU 1, 2, 3. You could do them from right there. I just chose do it right in the cockpit. It's not all that hard. And now, when we get to the point where we begin to put in the route, which I think I need to get this video over here going. Because I got to remember how to do that. By the way, if any of you are out there, I'm going to try to keep a eye open for chats that might be able to help, because I know many of you use this because many of you ask me for it. There we go. All right. I'll try to keep an eye out on the chat. And let me turn this down. And okay, okay. Now the times are 6 minutes basically. So it's minutes on the left-hand side of the decimal point. Wait a minute, hour on the left side, point. Okay, so first one just aligned. We got 1 minute, 1.5 minutes to go on the other. And who knows what's going on down below. 2 minutes on that one. So we'll wait for a full alignment. That way we're up and ready to go.
What's the line when you turn it on? That's fine, but the final line takes place in two positions. So we're coming a little closer. I'll just do it on one of the systems at the same time. One of them is processing on. So the first thing you can see is got the latest side.
Okay, bear with me. I'm trying to figure out what my next step is. I forgot this part. I think I go to waypoints. Okay, we're almost fully aligned. Hang on, I'm just waiting. Okay, I think we're all loaded. Perfect. All right. All right, so waypoint page. Okay, all of that to get to that. Hang on a second, let me save what I'm doing here for YouTube as well. That'll be a later upload. Okay, so let's go to waypoint. I'm going to kind of swing over here for now because you can actually put it all here and then cast it, if you will, to the flight off or first officer and to the oh, flight engineer. Get it all right yet. Okay, so let me pull that up. Real quick, let me bring in charts so you can see this flight. Hide that for now. Okay, so here is the route again. Seattle 9, which looks like this. You're going, huh? Yeah, our first fix is Seattle. Okay, so basically what we'll do Yeah, it's guess down here. Climb 165 on radial 161. Vector to assigned route. Expect requested altitude 15 minutes after Seattle VOR. Okay, now I don't know how well you can see that. Okay, so let's now, as the tutorials will tell you, this 00 is present position. So currently we are at the airport. Say we get halfway into our flight. You want to fly to 00. You're at 00, present position. Okay. So our first fix, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. I really am. This is kind of, because we're going to have to vector around and come into Seattle and go out that way. Well, for now, let's put it in. And we can put it in as SEA. Enter. Now, if there were more than one, we could have to look at them and then choose the right one. Then we're off to fix ZADON. Z-A-D. Hey, I hear people going, hooray, we're finally getting ready to move. O-N. Enter. Then we're off to ZELAK. And I'll be honest, I don't know where any of these are. It's been a very long time, and I don't, whoa. Clear. ZELAK. Enter. Next up, ZIRAN. Did I spell it right? No, I did not. R A. Then to ZOOMR. Oh, I was a little confused. I'm looking at this going, why am I at Minneapolis already? No, we're MLP. Enter. Something, is it Milan Pass or something like that? Then to ZERZO. Very interesting fixes on this one. SWTHN. All right, now we're coming up to an airway, Q156. It doesn't do airways. Okay, so ZELRO. So you got to have to look them up. And what'll be the sucky thing is if you're on a long haul, yeah, could be quite a few fixes in there. JELRO, enter. KECPI, KECP, something like that. Enter. And then finally, UFFDA. And guess what? That is the actual end of it. Let's try that again. UFF Delta Alpha. Okay, now we start in on the Torgi 3 arrival. And again, this is how you can do multiples. Hang on, let's see. Kanya, Jaden, Heidi, JJ. Okay, a lot more fixes to go, folks. Eric's, E-R-I. Oh, I see what I was doing. Okay, my bad. Oh boy, hang on. Oh gosh, hang on, I'm screwing up big time. Okay, here we go. Orgy. Okay, now we're in line. I see what I was doing wrong. Torgy. Offson. OFSON. Enter. Hamburg. HM. BERG. I'm sorry, BRG. Now you can see where this gets a little cumbersome. All right, from Hamburg, we go to CONIA. ONIA. CONIA, enter. Then we go to JAEDN. JAEDN. Then we go to MAU. Oh, wait, whoa. I'm sorry, we go from JADN to HD. HD triple E. Enter. Now we go to MAR, which is Mike Alpha Uniform Echo Romeo. We're almost there, folks. And this is, by the way, your arrival. And finally, JJNE. Holy mackerel. NI. And then we would turn for the ILS. All right. And that's as far as I'm going. The cool thing here is, oh, wait a minute. Let me see if he, okay, so he did. Hang on, let me get a skip over here. Can I get a skip? No, I can't get a skip. All right, and then just like your GPS, K, M, S, P, enter. Okay. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to catch here what we're doing next, and he is being very confusing. I thought we needed to do more, but I think we're good to go. I do know this, we're completely aligned So let's do this. We'll go ahead and start boarding. Okay, I am right now very confused. I know at some point we have to. Oh, these commercials are killing me. And they're killing you because I should have. Okay, I think. I think we're good to just go ahead and finish up. Here we go. Okay. All right, we're just gonna go and we'll do the best we can. That's all I can do. All right, as I'm tired of sitting, just like you all are. All right, let's get going. Where are we on the load? Halfway. All right. While we're set up here. Okay, we got that in. We're going out on a course of 161. We'll get out about 10 miles, hook back in to Seattle. Oh, 16. Oh, on the 161. Okay. Okay, we're ready to go here. Okay, here comes the APU up and running. Okay, bleed on. Humidifiers on, trim airs on, everything. Get those on. I'm turning the wrong levers. Sorry, folks. Okay, we're up and running on the APU. Get that back on. All right, we're ready to go. Just about a couple things left, like getting people on board. We still got about 100 people to go. Um, uh, part of this I'm not liking, part of it I am. Not going to use one flight to judge it. Okay, and Okay, folks, sorry for being away there that long. Was talking with the wife with situations going on here. It's been a very taxing day. But we do have the little 1-year-old here, so it's always fun to see her. All right, so we're loaded. We got our fuel in. Make sure whenever you're using refuel or payload, I forget it too and go, why aren't you doing what I told you to do? Click use data sheet. All right, I'm going to go here real quick and again, load sheet. And 1.6 left is 11,900. Don't think it's 12,000, folks, because guess what? It really sucks to run off the end of a runway. And for the reason of, well, you know, I rounded it up. 160. And I think we're pretty close to the actual temperature here. Ooh, did they switch runways on us? I hope not. No. Good. They're still in. A reason I said that, you're going to see it here. Winds 300 F5. Oh, it's actually now 14 degrees, which is 57 here. So it's getting a little warmer. Okay, and I noticed that on charts real quick when I saw -4 for the head or tailwind. All right, so we're set up here. We hit load sheet again. We're going to go flaps 20. And for safety, basically, I could have done flaps 10, ate up more runway for effect, but we'll do it this way. 121, 131, 145. Set the bugs. 3.3 on the stave, 15 on the pitch, and 305 above 10,000. All right. We are going to double check. We're on ground power. Yep. Come over here. Notice the doors are closed. We're closing the main door.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected.
For fun, we'll at least do these. We're not going to run the checklists.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, the reason I gave it that little bit, that was so that the wheels could get all those body gears, steering arms, could get lined up and not be hung. Okay, beacon on.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Okay, let me hang on a second real quick.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Oh, 19.9? Hang on, is that what I put in there? It is. Seattle traffic, Northwest 146 heavy pushing back.
Tow
Spot
connected and bypass
south
10
10
inserted. Release
passenger.
parking brake.
In just a second, I'm getting my flight up and running here. Seattle to Minneapolis dot. All right, here we go. Let's get 400 on the wheel here.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf
Parking brake released.
of the entire crew,
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
your seatbelt, and also make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position. We request your full attention as our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt.
Ready to start the
Insert
engines.
the metal fittings one into the other.
Ready for engine start.
By pulling on a loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight for your own safety. If you are seated next to an emergency exit, please read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit might be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached.
Ready to start the engines.
Oxygen and the air pressure
Ready for engine start.
monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the
All right, what am I forgetting? Hang on.
place it firmly over the
Oh,
chosen mouth. Secure the
now
elastic
you see why I run the
normally.
checklist, folks.
Oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until
Still not getting it.
remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position.
All right, so we got no bleed air. Bleed air's on. Trim air's on. Everything's good there.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
All right,
Parking
now
brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during the flight until further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in a card located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you
Okay.
a safe flight.
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Trim air's open. Hydraulic. Okay. All right, now I'm at a loss why we are not cranking up. Got the air.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Why are they not coming on? All right, let's take a look.
Before start checklist, please.
Gear lever and lights.
Down and check.
Brakes.
Parked.
Start levers.
Off.
Radios.
On and check.
Flight control hydraulic power.
On.
INS.
Check in nav.
Compasses.
Slaved.
Window heat.
On.
Seatbelts and no smoking.
On.
Emergency lights.
Armed.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Flight instruments.
Check.
Altimeters and clocks.
1, 0, 2, 0. Set and cross check.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Indicator lights.
Check.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
I am
Stall
totally confused right now.
Check.
Mach airspeed warning.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Check and off.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Anti-skid.
On.
Autopilot and flight director.
Check and off.
Takeoff warning.
Check.
Auto flight enunciators.
Check.
GPWS.
Check.
Instrument warning.
Check.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Instrument source selectors.
Normal.
Reserve brake valve.
Closed.
Spoilers.
Down.
Static selectors.
Normal.
Oxygen mask and regulator.
Check and emergency off.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Stabilizer trim.
Check and on.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Check.
Checklist completed.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 9,5,6,4,2 pounds. Fuel panel.
I know.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check.
I know what it was.
Indicator
I'll
light.
tell you in a second. Let me let him
Check.
finish.
Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
All right. What it was, and let's make sure, I'm going to test it here.
Starting engine 3.
It was.
Starter valve open.
Okay. What it was, I didn't have the bleeds turned on. I'm waiting for him to tell me 20%.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
I'm just sitting there perplexed. What did I do that warranted that?
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay, we're getting fired up here, sir, guys and gals. Sorry about that. Yeah.
20% and 2.
Number 4.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, and there's the needles going up. You don't technically have to look back if you don't want to. He'll tell you when you're at the right numbers.
Starter off.
And we're going to start up the other two pretty quick. But that is why I actually run the
Engine
checklists.
stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. 20% and 2.
That's for engine 1.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, and we'll just watch him finish up. He'll say stabilized
Starter
on
off.
both.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
One more.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, let's go TARA. All right, and we'll go take off dry. All right, let's get the engines on the bus. Auxiliary power taken care of. And with that, we're off the APU, shutting it down. Okay, recording. I think we're good. I'm just going to go ahead, go through them. Pack valves open. Beacon starters, door warnings. Okay, good on that one. We're
After
going to
start
go
checklist.
through them. I know a lot of you don't.
Flight recorder.
You just saw why I do. I forgot something.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Flaps 20.
Seattle traffic, Delta 4116 Heavy, pushing back from gate Sierra 12 on to Whiskey. Seattle traffic.
And Seattle traffic, Northwest 146 heavy, taxi to runway 16 left. Most of this I can do on the go, like now.
Parking brake released. Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin ready.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Hold on.
Okay, and we'll hold right there as we taxi out. Gonna go ahead, set 240 up here.
Seattle traffic, Delta 4116 Heavy, taxiing runway 16 left behind the northwest traffic. Seattle.
All right, worst case scenario. Ooh. All right, let's get a clock going. Sorry about that traffic. Nice little uphill here.
You flying a 747?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not showing up on my end as a 747. I noticed that on that radar, that's what you were logged in as, but I use the FSTL for my traffic, and I guess it's not doesn't have anything for your Northwest 747. Small jet.
I was wondering if I looked like a Cessna. A friend of mine flies a lot, and he ends up... I always laugh at what he ends up looking like.
No, you're not a Cessna. If I had to guess, more like an Embraer regional jet.
That's close in model matching.
I thought about trying Alpha India Group again, but that installer is so complex and takes so long that I just use the fly-by-wire stuff.
I'm over an X-plane with the Felis, so... Anyway, Seattle traffic, Northwest 146 heavy, departing 16 left, Seattle 9. Oh, I turned early. Oh well, we'll take it. Okay, let's get our lights on.
Disarm.
Back valves. Let's see. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Stabilized. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Seattle traffic Delta 4116 heavy, lining up runway
Cross
16 left for departure. Seattle.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Seattle traffic Delta 4116 heavy, departing runway 16 left on the Harbor 6, or the Harrop 6 departure, departing to the south after a right turn upon departure. Seattle.
Flaps 10. Flaps 5. Flaps 1.
Seattle traffic Delta 4116 Heavy departed runway 16
Flaps
left,
up.
climbing through 3000. And
Okay, we're airborne, and I am about to put us into an IAS climb. What that means basically is it'll hold the airspeed by pitch. And let's go ahead, close enough, do that. Flaps indeed up. Verify, folks, verify. Look how close 1 to 0 is, and it has caught me off guard. It will catch you off guard. All right, now let's get set up to make the swing back. If you don't mind, I'd like to check traffic. Right turn. I have to do a right turn.
Ten thousand.
Okay, I need to pay more attention to what's going on here. Okay, I am really struggling with this INS. But that's okay, that's what we knew would happen. Okay. Kinda looks like we're going to Zealand, but I need to update. Okay. Okay, I hope you all were able to follow what I was doing. This is where it gets a little complicating, and that is keeping it up to date. FMCs do a great job because they really work off GPS really nicely. SEVA works off of VORs, but you can't, like the guy says in the video, be too close or be too far away. And you do this a lot right before you coast out or coast in on the long tracks where you're away from. Okay, hang on a second. All right, I'm going to pause him again and focus on the flight. And sorry, that's what, ooh, yeah, I just noticed. Make sure altitude select is on or you blow through it. All right. One thing I hate when we're in INS is everything defaults down to the bottom. So I can't see where so I just got to kind of guesstimate it. Now, we just made a crossing of a fix. Hang on. You know what? I am just going to cut this out, go to here. Oh, you know what? I think we missed one. Yeah, we did. I missed ZOOMR. All right. Well, we're going to Mullen Pass and then on to ZERZO. Okay, now I should look pretty good here. All right. Oh, there's a lot to this, folks, and hope you've enjoyed. I know it took forever. I hope to speed this up. Oh, we're at our speed. Hang on. Okay, bear with me. We blew past it just slightly. And what I'm going to do, just making sure everything's good over here. We kind of focused way too much attention here, and that's why things got way out of whack on speeds and headings, courses, and all of that good stuff.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, we have altitude select on, EPR. Okay, so all right. Think I need some more work on this, and we'll do another flight, don't worry. The only reason when I first started this plane it was a lot easier is I used the FMS, and that's so simple to do. This a little bit more complicated, and like you saw, I missed a fix, and it's too late to compensate. Well, I guess I could have, but we're not. We're just going to take it. We're going to only be off by a little if center comes up. Also, a lot of times when I do these flights, I do them offline, and I decided to give it a try. I thought I had a pretty good grip on it. Got some very big areas to work on. So I'm not liking that we're that fast already. What is going on? I know what's going on. I know exactly what is going on. We leveled off. Okay, we are now in cruise power, cruise. Let me do a quick look around the airplane real quick. Fuel looking good. Everything pressure-wise on, set, 38, good. What I could do... There we go. Pressurized to the altimeter setting we have. So it's going to adjust the internal pressure ever so slightly. And
After takeoff checklist.
way after takeoff.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition. Check. Seat belts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, so there's our next checklist. Now, we do have this available. I don't know much about this yet. I thought these tutorials would present this information. Oh, how I was so wrong. Although I still probably got another half hour on the long one. Maybe they'll touch on it. But yeah, these tools were not touched on. Now, those of you, I'll get into a little bit of this now, a little bit of so-called tutorial. Give it about 30 seconds here. That'll give me time to put that up there. And get us in out of the break here on Twitch. But may I first apologize that it's taken 2.5 hours to get not very far into the airborne portion. Sorry for that on YouTube. I know a lot of breaks, a lot of pauses. It just all around, I'm not real tickled with this video. But it is what it is. I have no idea why it ticks these off in other aircraft they no longer show. I don't know why. All right, so we got that set, and hang on a second. Okay, well, that isn't helping. All right, so we'll just go to this. Ooh, actually, let me see if that shows that. Not as intense. Okay. Well, that didn't show what I wanted it to, but that's okay. We'll come back to it. All right. Sorry. There are some things I see in videos that I'm going, why can't I do that? And my only hunch is it's right here. And yeah, there it is. All right, let me bring it in. First thing. Kind of curious to see how much of my screen now it takes up. Okay, that's not bad. All right. Hang on. Okay, so you can see where we are passing Spokane, ZOOMR. So we were supposed to do this, come up here to here. I forgot it. Now I could have put it in, gone direct, and then it would have gone on. The way the flight's been going today, the fact that we're going to the MLP, I'm happy with it. Okay. I'm sorry, folks. I'm going to call that a win. So, man, I should have really just flown these flights, and who knows. So maybe that could be a upcoming, flight or two. We fly tutorials with the tutorials, and we learn more about the LTN. There's a lot to this little device that I'm not showing because I am so green, so new at it. Like I said, I haven't even touched the SEVA in better part of 20 years. Maybe a little less. And to now do this, you're pretty close to it. The good thing is it looks kind of, and pardon my French, Spanish, German, idiot proof. It's pretty much idiot proof until I touch it. And then, you know where that goes. Duluth Fly Spaceman wants me to do. Whoa! Just to have it in my record. I'm sure he's going to be yelling at me to do one. Well, I am planning one here soon. So I just got to get the rest of the flights to where I need them. That's awesome. Welcome in, Duluth. Welcome in. Spaceman gave us a shout out not too long ago. So I know he's out there hiding somewhere. Really? I tell you, kids. Anyway, so hey, welcome aboard, Duluth. Yeah, I've got a couple of flights I'm doing with another series of flights I'm on that actually will terminate with me being able to fly a Pan Am flight from Frankfurt to Miami. All right, sorry, I got distracted. People cutting through our yard. It just kind of irritating. I know as a kid, I probably did it too. All right. Anyway, back to the flight we're on right now. You know what I should do on the next one is make sure Discord's up and running. This maybe some people could help me. But anyway, we actually did pretty good. Well, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Well, it's if you out of JFK, as I say, Boston might be close. Boston may be closer by about a couple of minutes, but I've always found it quicker from Boston. You know, I would say jump seat and say you went overseas. Somehow I don't think he'd be happy. Oh, wait, there goes my Discord off. Oh. No, just kidding, spaceman. It's an idea, though. But anyway, back to the flight here. We are going to be doing a couple more flights here, completely without an airline. This is actually with Piedmont Virtual. So the cool thing is with when you use these INS systems, be it SEVA or LTN in this case, you have to come off of it to land. Now, that means you're going to be coupling up to the ILS just like you normally would. You'd fly the approach like normal. And this one, you can actually easily program an RNAV approach. You saw us set it up. In SEVA, it's not as easy anymore. Most charts, including the FAA charts, not just Jebsen, which Jebsen should have it. They don't. They used to give you the coordinates. SEVA, everything works lat long. It's just the way it was. And then this intermediate system came out a little advanced from SEVA, still way below what modern day FMS McDoos can do today. Especially since you can program in vertical navigation versus all you got's lateral, folks. Point to point to point to point. You don't get to go, as they were saying in the videos, three-dimensionally. You're a two-dimensional thought person here. You're like Khan in Wrath of Khan. You got to think three-dimensionally sometimes. Yeah, I know you guys go, where's he going with that one? But I don't know if you haven't seen the Wrath of Khan, you'd get it. It's near the end. All right. I still have charts up, so you can see because we have it updating now. Here's the fun thing. Notice my updating has stopped now. It's in the T for triple mix. So they're kind of working together to keep things aligned. Let's get some VORs in here. So you get to do a little work on this one. So we got 17.8. Let's go ahead and punch that one in. And we did get updating on it. Let's pull back a little. Let's see. Now let's use Great Falls, 15.1. I think we're too far. Oh, maybe, yep, we are. Let me see if I've got anything closer. Well, I kind of do off Missoula. All right, so Missoula works. And for now, let's go ahead over here. Now, once we pass Moulin, get a little more down track here, we'll pick up updating from here. So for now, this one is updating. Now, I could put them in both, but it'll pick up on the other side, and everything's going to begin to align a little better, put us closer to that line that ATC wants. Now, I did not get into the part of the videos especially the complete guide that's 2.5 hours long. Although, like I said, I have about a half hour or so to go, maybe 45 minutes, where you can actually offset your track. Every now and then, it's good to offset in case of unknown opposing traffic. So now you're 10 miles off track, tracking the same way, and you can pass that aircraft, and ATC is going to be happy because you got plenty of separation. I've only done that once, and it took me a little bit to figure out how to set the FMC up to offset me for a section of my flight by about 10 or 15 miles. All right, we are now tracking to ZERZO. Give it a few. We're only 8 miles. I'd say about 10 to 20 miles out past MLP now. We'll start picking up the update. That's the one thing you get to do here. There are things to do there. We just picked it up at 10 miles. It's intermittent, so give it a little bit. By 20 miles, I'm pretty sure we'll be a solid green. So, and again, like I said, if you're flying, for instance, Duluth in this plane, which I highly doubt, but you might. I mean, hey, it's a great plane. I'm not saying, you know, I can see very easily a 747-8 going over there. But if you do use this and you use these, the big thing you have to do, be on 2 solid VORs and update as you're beginning to cross out into the ocean, because guess what? You're not going to find VORs in range until you get a couple places that you might be able to pick them up long enough to get quick updates to get more from your drift, because believe it or not, you begin drifting a little by little by little, and they show you in the videos how to see that. I'm just thankful to be going right now. We're going to take one of their flights, and we're going to fly it and try to keep with the video. I do recommend the quick start guide. That's what I've been using. But to get into where the meat and potatoes of this system is, that complete guide. Again, YouTube folks, it's in the more section of that. Here, let me do this so that the Twitch folks don't get at me and say, you just don't ever like us. You don't want to give us this kind of stuff. That's why I want you to go over to YouTube. The quick guide's about 10 minutes long. It's about 2 hours and 45 minutes long, the complete guide. Somewhere in that ballpark. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. It's about 40 minutes for the quick startup guide. He did what I did too, and accidentally started telling you little things about the 747 we needed to do to get things going. That was my bad. I should have just plugged on. I didn't. All right, so let's go ahead, pull charts down. I'm sure you're tired of seeing that. All right. And I will give you this. The quick start is a flight from Boston, Beantown, to Dulles. And I don't remember if we got to land in Dulles or if we just got to the point of setting it up. The quick guide, I think, takes you completely through a fabricated flight. He did, and he did it mainly to show it off. None of these were flown on VATSIM. Oh, if he would have done this one, oh, Los Angeles Center would have just gone berserk. LA or Las Vegas to Los Angeles, and it's a good training run. It's a really, he did it. That was a good setup, and we may fly those here, be it on stream, be it off, just to get our feet more in tune with this flight. I chose this because, you know, I could stay current with Piedmont, show off the LTN. I kind of like it. I'll tell you right now, I do. Right now, if you were to ask me right now, I'd say you throw it in the trash can. Give me my default FMC. But I do see where it is a cool thing, and we'll keep giving it tries. That's, you know, how we do it, and we'll get used to it. And I really hope you all pardon those extensive breaks in this. And I do mean extensive, because I was watching a video trying to catch up to where we are to make it happen here. And I should have done maybe a couple of the tutorial, you know, kind of like I tell you how to fly the MD-11, do the tutorial a couple of times. Yeah, I should have actually flown them instead of just gone through the alignment and think, oh yeah, I got this. Yeah, no, I didn't. So, all right, well, let's keep going. We've got an, are you kidding me? We're down to an hour and 40 minutes already? What? Hour and 40 minutes. How about that? And then we'll be landing in Minneapolis. I was going to say, if Duluth, you were out there, could you, I was going to ask something, but you're not. You are off on a transatlantic adventure. I got a plane for you, the Pan Am Clipper. Oh, look at that. Even a warning just came in at the same time. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. All right, let's see what's going on over here. Okay, well, you know what? I am gonna, like you all, I want to relax a little, so I am going to kick on some music and kick back, relax, enjoy this flight. We're not going to be doing any more climbs or descents or anything like that. We just have the hour and 37 or so minutes to go to Minneapolis. So enjoy the flight and enjoy a little bit of music. All right, folks, we're getting in close and learned a lot of things on that. You may have been seeing I was actually talking on a muted microphone. It's about 130 to 150 on the maximum distance away so far that I've been able to figure out. And about 10 to 15 miles away from it. So in between there is when you can be doing your updating. Remember, if you're going transatlantic, transpacific, guess what? You're going to need to be tracking as far as you can on the furthest out VOR you can get, because once you get past that, there's no updating till you get to the one on the other side, and that'll help get that drift back in line. I can't really show it. The tutorials kind of do, especially the long one, the 2-hour plus one. All right. We also talked about, with the chart program up, here's our arrival. Make sure whatever runway you're headed for, in our case, the information says 30 left, 30 right. We're taking 30 left. Wait a minute. Where'd the arrival go? That was up top last time. Anyway, we're coming in 30 left, simultaneous dependent approaches. They're a mile apart, so you can come in together. And the rest of the runways aren't available, 4 and 2-2. All right, so what you got to do when you're flight planning this thing, you can't put in airways, you can't put in per se SID and STAR fixes. I say it that way because you can go in, you get to UFFDA, and if you were watching in the beginning, you would have seen this. You could put in Eric's until you figured out I was clicking the wrong key on one of these. Just be careful there. Torgy, Ofsen, Helmberg, Konya. Now, at Konya, follow the directions here, because you can see it gets kind of squirrely up in here. We're 30 left, so follow these out. Konya, Jaden, HD to Mauer to JGen, and then vectors on to our approach. Now, Mauer is at 8,000 feet. That is really the biggest one I want to make sure. The rest are at or aboves. So let's plan to 10,000. So that's 27. That's 95 miles out. Now, the way we're set up here on flight plan is showing, I believe, no, it's not. Or are we that far out? Well, we'll just kind of wing it, but I'll get it here in a second. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put the music off. I'm sorry. I've got to remember which one was cumulative. I think it's this one. We're actually 197 from Torgy. And we're looking for you know what, let's just kind of go with that. In about 100 miles, we'll revisit this because we'll be getting really close. Actually, at UFFDA, I think we can start our descent. Now you're looking at one of those planes where Auto ATC has a use for it. Not much, but it works. Okay, we're actually about 25 minutes out. Okay, so for descent, we're set up. We just have to figure that out. That's on us or ATC. All right, folks. Sorry about that. The granddaughter came up for a visit in the cockpit, and always fun. She, the wife, got her a little play toy cell phone. Plays a couple games, a couple of songs, but that's it. And a 1-year-old knows how to do that better than I do. Anyway, story of my life. Welcome in, folks, as we get ready to bring this plane into Minneapolis. Rather long, kind of a discouraging flight. Oh, the first officer has knocked on the door and is back. Da, da, da. Hi. Hi. I'm done. There she goes. Okay, I was in here long enough. Wait.
Yeah, barely.
Oh, she's funny. Now we're okay. Alrighty, folks. So like I said, we're 20 minutes out, and little one's going to have her snack. Oh, and I promise the next time we fly this bird on stream, it will not be as chaotic as this one seemed to be. This was, wow. I actually thought yesterday I had it kind of figured out without having to fly it. Lo and behold, was I so wrong. But again, want to thank Alpha Player 1 and James Loves Planes for the follow earlier today. Sorry the stream did not go as I'd hoped in time-wise. Also, Spaceman 634 gave us a shout-out. We sure appreciate y'all. And yesterday, we got a resub out of Hawker 125. Thank you, sir. 48 months, I believe it said he has been a part of Flying with Mike as a subscriber. Whew, that is a long time. So, hey, if you're new to the stream here on Twitch and you'd like to follow us, click that follow button. All it's going to do is send you an email. There's no money involved, just an email. If you're new to our channel on YouTube, you can click the subscribe button, same as the follow button. No cost, just allows you to know when a new video is uploaded. We do not stream live on YouTube as of yet, but it could happen. Okay. I need to find a frequency. You know what? This might just be the perfect time. Okay, he says that, and all right, let's go to, we'll go out to Hasty for the ILS. All righty. And that means we'll have to come in at Hasty. Real quick, because updating is going to fail short here. Real quick for y'all, here's the ILS. We'll tune in 110.3 as we get in close, 301 for the final approach course. Narco, 7 miles out, 3,000 feet. decision altitude 200 feet above the ground. And there's our potential frequencies. This is kind of the one I was oh yeah, it is. That's the one I expected. Okay. Abaz at 4,000 descending to 3, and from Narco to the missed approach point we're looking at about let's call it 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Minimums for this airport 200 feet above the ground for broken or overcast clouds, RVR of 18, or simply a half mile. All right, there you have it. Then once on the ground, we'll come off wherever down here. My game plan is right in here, and I'll pull those charts up real quick. Probably G4 or G6. One of those two will head for, I kind of like G6. So we'll give that one a run. And I'll save that. All right, so we'll just taxi down Alpha, or probably Alpha. Oh no, they'll probably want us on Bravo, and then we'll turn in for G6 here. All right, and let's find out where we are. And Marshall is 111. All right, we're tuned in and getting back to where two of the units are updating. All right. In about 13 miles, we'll cross UFFDA. We should have an alert. We do. And then probably, let's see. All right, hang on a second here. All right, let's do that one instead. There we go. And get this as up to date as we are. 73 to Ofson. Okay, let's get to air. We're going to start our descent in approximately 20 miles. So as we cross Eric, we're going to start our descent. All right. So what I'm going to do for sure, put that in altitude, hold, set our numbers to 10,000. And we're just about ready for top of descent. Ah, what a flight. All right. Oh, now we have a broken layer at 3,000. Ooh, nice. All right, let's start that descent. And what I'm going to do as the speed gets closer to what I've set at 300, I am going to put it in IAS here to hold the speed, and then I'll control the descent. Torgy, since we didn't get anything or for Eric or any of that, we're descending on our own. My goal is Jaden at 10,000 feet. Could be a little off on that. We'll see. Okay, everything's on. We're descending. Altitude selected. We're on the INS, headed direct basically to HD. And I'm going for broke. 8,000. Okay. We're done with this for now. I'll start lowering the pressures here soon as we get closer to 20,000, and then lower them all the way as we get in closer. All right, so here we go. Hope you've enjoyed a rather long stream for a not rather short, but it shouldn't have gone this long. We were close to 2 hours getting off the ground. I may actually have to hit a hold. Think I will. Okay, and we're doing the hold. Nowhere near correct the speeds. That's okay. I'm using it to just get us down. Okay. Now the big thing I'll have to do is set the speed to 280, but I want to do that more closely on track. And that is because we did a 300 knot turn. Now, if I'd have done it to 280, we'd have been a little tighter. And I think we were supposed to be 240 at the altitude we were at. I don't remember. And I'll be honest, I don't think I ever got hold training at what speeds, at what altitudes, and all of that. See how this works. Says we're to Konya. Now I'll slow us.
Thousand level off.
Well, here we go. Turning in at Olson. Not bad. I think I could do better on the holds.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Go medium. Okay.
INS switches.
Okay, we'll hold right there. Let's start our descent. 10,000. Altitude select is on. Okay.
$10,000.
Are you kidding me?
Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 651, we're going to be taxiing to runway 30 left this time via Delta Whiskey 1.
Okay, so HD, I can't get the mileage. About 11 miles, so we'll get our descent going here in a minute. Oh, we need to be at or above 9,000.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stored underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bin. Our captain are currently passed around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses. Thank you.
Minneapolis traffic, Northwest 146 on the Torgy 3 arrival for 30 left, switching to CTAF.
Cabin ready.
All right, I think once we level at 8 and hit J Jenny, we're going to begin to set this thing up for the arrival. So let's, okay, so I need at least 125 on the heading.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1016. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Let's see.
Flaps 1.
Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Okay, we're ready for approach. We're off the INS system. INS isn't going to help land the plane. Just get
Northwest 146. Are you on frequency?
Northwest 146 is approaching J Jenny.
Northwest 146, it's Delta 1303. Did you want to slip in front of us? We're planning on 30 left, but we still got a bit of a ways out.
We can. We're going to be making the turn here for Hasty in about 2 minutes, so.
All right, you should be good. I'm still 51 miles out, just coming down through 14,000 feet, so I'll keep an eye out for you.
Are you an A359?
Roger.
Oh yeah, we're a lot closer than you, so yeah, we'll turn in before you. Matter of fact,
It's deceiving looking on VATSIM radar.
yeah, I'm just kind of looking on a couple of sources. Yeah, I'm going to make a turn in for Pigsy instead of Hasty.
Not a problem.
Flaps 5.
Okay, turn it.
Flaps 10. Flaps 20. Localizer alive.
And Minneapolis traffic, Northwest 146, established localizer for 30 left, about 15 miles out. And by the way, we're out of the clouds. I hate when it does that. Should be about 1,000 feet higher, but oh well. I got the airport.
Gear down. Gears down, green light. Flaps 25.
Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1303 is 19 miles out on a heading of 270 degrees to intercept the localizer for the ILS runway 30 left. Minneapolis traffic.
Minneapolis traffic, Northwest 146 heavy is 5 miles out, fully established, 30 left.
Flaps 30. Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1016. Set and cross-checks. Landing checklist completed.
One thousand.
Have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
500. Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Check reverse. Auto brake off.
Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1303 Heavy, fully established 10-mile final, runway 30 left. Minneapolis
Off
traffic.
reverse. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns on the fasten seatbelt sign and we have parked at our gate.
And Minneapolis traffic, Northwest 146 off at Charlie to Gulf 5, I believe it was, for the stand.
I'll see you. I'll be right next to you. I'm going G4, Gulf 4.
Nice.
Flaps up.
And that way we can try and take our time getting there because we got a lot to do. All right, get these off. That off. Okay, nothing there. Over here.
Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1303, 5-mile final, runway 30 left.
All right, I didn't get a chance to look, but felt like a pretty good landing. Let's see. I think I see him out there, a little light through the clouds. All right, so just past A5. All right, let's quick look at the upcoming checks: body gear, auto brakes, engines, radar transponder. Flap spoilers, 7 units on the trim. Outflow, okay. Oh, get that EPU going.
Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1303 Heavy vacating runway 30 left on Alpha 7.
Parking brake set. After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Hold on. Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, let's go ahead, go for a shutdown.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Ground power connected.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
Ladies and gentlemen, please check around your seat for any personal belongings you might have brought on board with you.
All right, and that is it. Now, we're going to go through the shutdown.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Parked.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Damn. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Wait.
Whoops.
Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. This.
Checklist completed.
All right, welcome to Minneapolis, folks. Very long, very arduous trip. Hey, the airline got us at 251 feet a minute. And, you know, I think I was a little lighter than that. 250. No. Got to find some humor in today's flight because it was very, it wasn't what I was hoping. But the INS system is golden. Just the guy running it right now isn't. All right, so let me take a quick peek at what they got us point-wise over here at the airline. Let's take a look. I like looking at this just because. Really? My flaps were down for takeoff. What? Oh, well. We did good. Everything overall. Total points. Kind of aggravated with that. Flaps not set for takeoff. Really? Oh, well. Not worth getting angry with over a VA, so. All right, so let's take a look at this, shall we? Let's get rid of that real quick. Bring ElevateTech in. All right, and as you can see, right off the bat, if you watch the videos, Addy 42 lies and slander. Welcome aboard, sir. Thank you so much for that. As you can tell, if you watch the videos, that's almost identical to their departure out of Las Vegas. That would be the long 2-hour one. It looked almost, where you're off track and it's not going where you want. Yeah, that was all me. And so we've got to work. I'd like to almost go back and work just on that, come out, and then come back in for landing. That's almost what I might want to do a couple days from now. But anyway, overall, here's the flight. Why are the graphics taking forever to fill in? Wow, that's first time for that. So here you see it. And again, we forgot to put ZOOMR in, so we bypassed it. There's our very, mischief hold. Oh, well, it's what you get for doing the wrong speed and all of that. But anyway, there's the rest of it. It looks good. Let's click it and see how we did. Maybe. What the heck's going on? I'm thoroughly confused why we're not... Okay, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. 249, 128, not bad. Little slow on landing, and 1.1 G. Why is it not recording it? I'm thoroughly confused. This has just been a weird flight. Okay, well, maybe it'll be there later. All right, so we'll go to Sim Toolkit now. It too has been kind of squirrely on this flight. They got us at 201. Hey, I feel good on that one. 127, boo. That's my fault. I let it get too slow. Let's complete it and see if we actually get information on this. Yay, maybe view details. There we go. All right, so it was a 3-hour, 18-minute flight that took 5 hours to stream. A lot of that's this guy's fault. Well, of course, it's my fault. I'm the streamer. However, it's the not knowing. I should have flown yesterday with it, and I didn't. I kind of watched the video, looked, and relied on that today, and it failed me. But let's get the full landing report. I'm kind of curious. Oh, we did pretty good. 15 feet off the center line. 15, call it 1,600 feet down the runway. That's actually a pretty good flight. And yeah, this was a huge learning experience for me. So the fact it only took 2 hours or less, just shy of 2 hours to get out of Seattle, that's amazing. Hopefully our next flight won't be as complex. But number-wise, we look good. Great landing spot. That's where I think Sim Toolkit outdoes the rest. You get a great view of this. Really? Now that aircraft, I can be out in less than an hour usually. So, and that's, well, usually though I start with the external power on, but there's really not much before that to get it going, unless you're going to do all of the proper checks and all. I like the A321. That's pretty cool. All right. So, and we ended up parking, not there. I believe this one, or I think it's this one. Yeah, because there's the two spots. We came down it this way. But anyway, it was a good flight. Okay. So, all in all, even though it was kind of frustrating not having things queued up, ready to go, first landing attempt was very way due to controller curve issues. The second one, 2:23, not bad. So not too bad. No, Addy, those are great flights, and really close to the center line. You know, you want to watch a short video. It's an hour long, a little over an hour. Watch my caravan flight from yesterday into Saba Island. Hey, we landed on the wheels. Make sure we clarify that. 1,200-foot runway. You know that runway. Yeah, we did that yesterday, and it was not very pretty. Oh, yeah, I just go ahead and do a quick down to the stick, click the red button back up. But I'm on X-Plane. I don't know if you're using Phoenix or if you're in X-Plane on the Tolus birds, which I think are pretty outstandingly obvious, or outstanding aircraft. All right, so let's, well, we've critiqued this enough. Let's see if anybody's hung around. No, they didn't. And there you have it, folks. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Sorry, I had to go there. Oh, X52. I got that joystick. I've never... Let me rephrase that. I actually do have those disconnects on my joystick. I never use them. I just click the red button on the joystick on the in the airplane and then pop back up. You know, I have a setup with a quick snap up, and hopefully the runway's not right on top of me. I mean, below me. I hope it's still below me. So, but anyway, there you have it. The Delta side, I think, and then everyone else. I'll be honest, I don't know where Northwest parked. Ah, I gotcha. Not really sure how Northwest parked here. I'm going to kind of guess this would have been the side they were on. But there you have it, folks. A nice night, not bad. X-Plane default. Had a lot of people tell me I should look at investing into a scenery for here. I don't even know if there is one out there for it. So, but anyway, there you have it, folks. Great flight. I'm not going to keep you any longer than I already have. And hope you all have a blessed work week ahead of you. I start back to work tomorrow. And it's hit or miss from here to Friday if we can get in the air or not. So, hey, Addy 42, thanks for the chit-chat there at the end. And thanks to all that came through. Duluth Spaceman 634 gave us a shout out. James Loves Airplane, or James Loves Planes, came aboard and followed us along with Alpha Player 1. And look who's here, late for the party like usual. Original Godspeed, what's up? Hello, sir. And promise my next time with the LTN won't be as ugly as it was today. For those that aren't familiar with it, there's the gauges. The only reason you don't read anything is they're turned off. So, puts a new layer in what you have to do to get this plane going. It doesn't really take, the only real time crunch on it is if you're on ground power and you want to start your INS align, don't even think of starting the APU. Just leave it on the ground power, get the alignment done on all three, fire up your APU, start loading, and then start putting in your waypoints. Yes, you can put your waypoints in during alignment, but it's really your call. But I highly suggest watching those two videos that I put out earlier. We find them. There they are. I'll get the links up here one more time. If you're interested in the Felis 747 using the LTN-92, there's two really good manuals out there for it. By the way, why not throw the airplane in there? Really good. The quick start is just that. It's about 40 minutes long. The second one, the complete guide, plan about a 2.5 hour go through with it. And I'm going to tell you right now, don't do like me. Just sit, watch, look at the plane and try and figure it out. Do it. Fly it from Boston to Dulles, or Los Angeles, or Vegas to Los Angeles on their route. Learn it, because it's really not bad. It just took so long today because I didn't have anything queued up where I knew I was going to need help. So I hope y'all enjoyed. Rather long video for a 3.5 hour flight, but I hope it was a good learning experience for you as well. So y'all have a great night, great week. We'll see you if we can during the week with a stream. I can never say whether I will or not. Friday is the next potential where we could do a stream where I have time, but it always depends on the little 1-year-old. So the granddaughter that's here today, I think might be here Friday, but I'm not 100% sure. But we'll see how things go. God bless you all. Have a great day, and take the verse of the day today to heart from 1 Peter. Really is a good verse. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, so that at the proper time he may exalt you. Some say, I don't have that text in front of me, but in his time. And his time is always, it's rarely early, but always right at the right moment. So enjoy. Have a great night. We'll see you hopefully Friday, maybe earlier. Have a great night. God bless.